Hi, good afternoon, good evening. Today is Wednesday, August 24th. We are at a special call meeting of the Board of Trustees of Harlandale ISD. I am Norma Cavazos, the school board president. And we are going to call this meeting to order. It is 6:16. And I will do roll call of my colleagues present. Ms. Ortiz,
Here.
Mr. Luna,
Here.
Mr. Moreno. Oh, Mr. Moreno, he's not here. I just realized that. Okay, well, he might be on his way. I will call him, call out his name when he arrives. Mr. Mancha,
Present.
thank you. Ms. Limon,
Here.
Ms. Carrillo,
Present.
thank you. And myself, I am here. And like I said, when Mr. Moreno arrives, we will make sure that the minutes, in about 15 minutes, we'll pause and make sure that it is annotated on our meeting minutes. We do have a quorum. Mr. Soto, would you let us know who's here from cabinet and staff, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, HISD family. This evening, we have our Assistant Superintendent for Business and Finance, Mr. Richard Hernandez.
Here.
We have our Executive Director of Operations, Dr. Hinojosa.
Here.
We have our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, Ms. Casey.
Here.
We have our Executive Director of Human Resources, Dr. Salinas.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Moving on to agenda item 2, public comment. Ms. Patty, did anybody sign up for public comment? No? Okay. Dr. Castleberry is also here with us tonight. Hi, Dr. Castleberry.
Hello,
Thank
thank
you
you.
for joining us. Moving on to agenda item 3, information and reports. Mr. Soto, your staff will be presenting agenda item 3A.
Yes, Board of Trustees. This time, Mr. Littlefield will do an overview on our STAR results.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, Superintendent Soto. Today, I'd like to go over the accountability ratings. We got the official ratings in last week. And as you know, you probably have looked at your campuses. We also want to make sure that we're looking at sort of a historical overview for these campuses. I'm going to begin with kind of talking about the recovery. When we shut down for COVID, you know, the year that followed, 2021, in the actual testing, we saw extreme dives in terms of the performance at, and I'm looking specifically at students performing at meets and above. The good news is that in reading in 2022, we actually rebounded to a overall rate of 38%, which is higher than when we left for COVID. So the reading programs in especially grades 3 through English 2 have been able to recover the ground that they lost. That's not so much the case when it comes to the mathematics side. On the mathematics side, pre-COVID, we had 42% of our students performing at meets or above. Immediately after COVID, we had dropped all the way down to 18. This past year, we recovered up to 24%. Part of what we've seen and you know, the information that TEA has been providing, they looked at what happened to the students from Louisiana after Hurricane Katrina. And they actually make the parallel to that in that they saw an immediate rebound in terms of their reading. It was the math that they didn't see the same rebound. And so we're following kind of that same pattern. We know that it's been an ongoing process. You know, we've been working hard and trying to get this back up to where it was, but historically, recovering math is going to be more difficult. So the accountability model is made up of 3 domains, creatively named domains 1, 2, and 3. Domain 1 is based on student achievement. It's the overall, how did they do on the test? The percentage of students at approaches or above, meets and above, and masters. Average those 3 together and you get a score. On the school progress takes a look at growth. So did the students perform better than they did in the previous year? And then closing the gaps really looks at the percentage of students who are at grade level on English or on their reading tests, on their math tests, and then what percentage of them are at grade level on both of their tests or all of the tests that they took. So domain 3 is a little bit more complicated in terms of the calculations, but it accounts for 30% of the overall grade. So we'll start with Leal Middle School. This year, any grade, so the way the grades are assigned, anything in the 90s is an A, 80s is a B, 70s is a C. So anything in the 60s would have been a D, and anything 59 or above or below would have been an F. Rule was put into place so that any campus that had a D or an F, either overall or in a domain, would get a not rated in that particular one. So here, in student achievement, Leal earned a 69. On the official report card, it will say not rated for that particular domain. Then for the 80, it'll show a B, the 72 a C, and then the overall grade is a 78. The way that the 78 comes about is they take the higher of the first two numbers, they take the higher of that one. So the 80 is kept and the 69 is set aside, and that makes up 70% of your grade. And then that 72 automatically makes up 30% of your grade. And then multiply, add those together, and you end up at the 78. Leal ends up at a C and also earned 2 distinctions. Leal earned a distinction for academic achievement in social studies, and they also earned a distinction for post-secondary readiness.
Excuse me, just really quick.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
they earned 2 distinctions, and those scores go into which domain?
So the first distinction in social studies, it looks at the percentage of students who hit masters on the social studies test. So that kind of fit into the first 2 domains. Well, more the first domain, student achievement. And then the second distinction that they got was post-secondary readiness. And what that looks at is the percentage of students who were at meets on every single one of the tests that they took. So that one comes more out of the closing the gaps domain.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to
Yes,
ask
ma'am.
for a quick pause. Mr. Moreno is joining us. Welcome, Mr. Moreno. It's 6:23, just so that it's on our meeting minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Littlefield.
So the second campus that we have is Bel Air. Bel Air earned a 51 in student achievement. Of the campuses that we have, this is actually, I believe, the lowest one that we have. And that is why with the RSSP process that we're going through with TEA, we have changed our focus from Leal being our hotspot in terms of, devoting the most attention. We've switched it over now to Bel Air. With Bel Air, we're really concentrating on 3rd and 5th grade specifically, because that's where we saw the biggest need. And we're really going to be working intensely with Bel Air. Part of the process is actually going to be, and also working with the leadership team there in terms of coaching and how to make them be the instructional leaders, the first line of defense for teachers when they have questions about content or instructional strategies, that the principal is there immediately to be able to resolve that. So a lot of time, energy, and resources are going to be focused in on Bel Air this upcoming year, so that we can really address what is going on in terms of student achievement. School progress, they did grow. They earned a 72. Closing the gaps, if your performance is low, it's hard for the students to be at meets or above on all their tests. So it would make sense that that one would come down as well. But they did earn an overall rating of a 71, which is a C.
Ms. Cavazos,
If I could just ask you to clarify the RSSP that you referred to, so the board understands exactly what that project is and where it came from.
Yes, the Resilient Schools Support Program was really sort of developed to assist districts in focusing in on the key elements that really makes for a successful school. We have been working, we spent a lot of last year really focusing on what we call learning intentions and success criteria. What is it that you want the students to learn, and how will you know if they've learned it? Those are two things that we've worked district-wide throughout. While that is taking place, members of the RSSP team work directly with the campus that we focused on. Last year it was Leal, this year being Bel Air, where we are, we have two consultants that work with us. They work directly with the principal. They'll do walkthroughs, they'll provide, different insight. It's really been a valuable process because, we're able to bring in a set of eyes that work with, districts throughout the entire country. And so we get different perspectives and, sort of, hey, this is something that we saw in Minnesota and it worked out. And, oh, okay, I wouldn't have thought to look there. Cool. And so, it's really provided an extra layer of support that has been beneficial.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the team members? You said us, we. And
Yes.
so I'd like to know who the team members are.
Yes, the primary team that is located at the central office are the core coordinators, Mr. Cantu, myself, Melissa Casey. We have also had representatives from the campuses, whether they be principals, we've had a teacher. So it's, Dr. Hinojosa was part of it when he was a principal at Harlandale Middle. So we bring different faces to the table so that we can get different perspectives.
I have a quick question,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Newfield, if I may. Why is there such a difference between Domain 1 and Domain 2 if on all the campuses or most of them? If the school has a high number in school progress, why is student achievement lower? Or are you going to get to that? And
No,
okay.
that is an excellent
Okay.
question. And the reason why is because they're looking at growth and they're comparing it to last year. Our scores last year were low. They were low across the board. And so when you compare how the students performed during last year, which was, half of them were online, half of them were in class, and then they tested at the end of the year, looking at those scores and then comparing them to now that we've had a full year of in-person instruction, it was bound to happen that there was going to be extreme, there was going to be a lot of gains made on the growth side, but the performance, which was really low, we grew it, so it's higher, but some of them are still performing at a level that is, that needs to be addressed.
So in other words, if I'm understanding correctly, the student achievement domain is focused on the student's progress or lack of from a previous year. And the school progress is in its entirety.
So student achievement is how did they perform on the tests that they sat down for in May? And, you come up with how many passed, how many were at meets, how many were at masters. And the school progress looks at how did they do in May compared to how did they do the previous May?
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Moreno.
I guess just based off what Dr. Castleberry asked or just to clarify and also what you asked, Ms. Cavazos, I know with Resilient Schools, I know a lot of the premise behind it was the focus on the SSI, previous SSI groups, because our group was 8th grade for Leal. And so for Bel Air, is that going to be 5th grade? And all the tested subjects, third, 4th, and 5th, or really, I guess, 5th?
Right. So looking at the data that Bel Air produced, let me go back. Looking at the data that Bel Air produced, the biggest need were actually on the math side on 3rd and 5th grade. So we knew that we were going to include fifth grade one way or the other because of the SSI being removed. So we want to make sure that, you know, that's strengthened before they go into the middle school. But what we really saw with Bel Air in particular was, you know, their third grade scores really took a hit compared to how they had done in the past. And so that's why we indicated them as well. We work with both sides, both the reading and the math, and we'll work with all grade levels. You know, we're already talking about, you know, how are we going to discuss the data? What data are we going to look at? You know, all that information. And when we do, we talk about in terms of the entire campus. But the RSSP goals are set on third and fifth grade math.
Okay. In addition to that, I know I've touched base with Mr. Salton. I know we asked it last year when it was presented, is with the GPC's requirement from TA, if, you know, a student failed multiple, areas twice, then we have to have that committee. They are going to help support us, especially, I guess, with Bel Air in regards to meeting the need, the requirement for that, right?
Yes, and there's a few things that'll be going on. House Bill 4545, which requires, tutoring every time a student fails a test. And then, the grade placement committees that you're talking about, all of those are things that we've been working on, getting procedures into place. With House Bill 4545, we're actually fortunate to have our RTI response to intervention embedded into the schedule. So we're actually able to provide those interventions to the students within the school day. So yeah, it's been a balancing act.
Yeah, because a lot of districts have had to do that. I mean, with us at my campus, we have 2 extra strategy classes, math and ELAR, and it's built in within now making our middle school 9 periods. So it is difficult sometimes to go from 54 minutes to 45 because you lose out a lot of time, especially for other content areas. So I know you guys are doing a good job in regards to trying to be at the mercy of what TA is requiring us. That sometimes is kind of a little overwhelming based on the needs of our kids, but I know you guys are meeting the challenge. The other thing is, and I
Given is, we need them to stop drowning. And then once they stop drowning, then we'll learn how to swim. And that's kind of where we are right now. If you look at Bel Air in particular, yes, they've got growth. So this year now they need to grow the growth. And then you need to grow the growth. And you keep on doing that. And every time you do that, the student achievement will increase with it. It's just sort of a natural process. Some campuses will be able to grow the growth because they still have room. Other campuses, they've really got to hone in on those meets and those masters for those students. So, especially at the elementary, I've got 13 different campuses, and some of them are at different places than others.
Yeah, and I guess expanding on what you said, Mr. Littlefield, in regards to, like, for example, middle school, we do have some content areas that we can't really show certain growth because there's not a science test for 7th. There's not a self-studies test for 6. So it's difficult to kind of show that. A lot of times what we're telling kids is, as long as where you're at now or where you're a little bit improvement, that's all that we're needing to right now. Because as you referenced earlier, I mean, based off of what happened during the last 2 years, there's no way to go but up.
Okay, Carroll Bell Elementary. Carroll Bell Elementary came in at a 67 for achievement. So, they were on the cusp of being there. But as you can see, their growth, their school progress at an 83. So they came a long distance from where they were, right after COVID. Closing the gaps, 75, and then an overall grade of an 81. So they earned a B. Collier Elementary. Collier Elementary was actually the one elementary campus that did well in the 2021 testing session. And so, our concern was, were they going to be able to grow that? And what we saw is they did, with a school progress, a growth score of an A and at a 91, it was rather impressive because they weren't in bad shape when they came out of it. Student achievement at a 72, closing the gaps at a 77, overall grade of an 87 for a B. Columbia Heights Elementary, they're another campus that we've been working with. As you can see, student achievement at a 51, again, a concern. School progress at a 75. What's interesting about Columbia Heights, though, is that they're closing the gaps was fairly high at a 74. And what we saw from the data was that their students who failed, but their students who passed were passing at grade level. And so, they've now got two populations that are sort of, trying to find that balance between the two. So we've really been focusing on the students who performed low on this particular test, trying to get them back up to where they need to be, while at the same time providing the level of instruction for the students who weathered the storm rather well. Gilbert Elementary, again, another 59 of concern for sure. They are another one of our campus that are part of the TIP process. And that is a process that Mr. Ronnie Cantu has been working with them on. It is, Mr. Cantu, would you like to address that real quick? I'm like, oh, wait, he's right here. I yield the floor to Mr. Cantu.
So Texas Instructional Leadership, and y'all kind of hit it right on the spot in regards to, we got to get our students to meets. I mean, we want our students to be competitive, right? So they got to be literate and they got to be at meets. So we place our emphasis on lesson alignment. What does that mean? That means we got to get, first of all, teachers well understanding the curriculum, right? Inside and out, the depth and complexity, so that we can actually, teachers know how to navigate through the curriculum. Then how do we strategize to get students to get there, knowing that they have academic gaps? Right? So then you have accelerated instruction strategies paired with that. So we focused in on those two things, lesson alignment and formative assessments, because if you do not have formative or any type of assessment that is informing instruction that's aligned, you have to control those. Then you're bringing artifacts to the professional learning communities where teachers come together and look at data and make adjustments, but it's not valid and reliable. So in order to move forward and make sure that students have access to grade level material, we have to first and foremost focus on teachers understanding the curriculum at meets level, and then strategizing to get students to that level exposure. A lot of the times in the past couple of years, classroom observations, we're seeing remediation, and we get it, right? There's anxiety, there's the pobrecito, our kiddos, there's no way they're going to meet this. So they bring it down. We're placing a huge emphasis, no, don't. Exposure in itself and within time and strategies, the kiddos will get it. You have to believe in that, right? So we're trying to control certain variables and also provide an infrastructure where teachers can come together and study data that's valid and reliable so that we can make informed decisions. But then there's also implications to leadership. You can train and train and train teachers, but if the principal on the campus is not aware of this and to provide feedback, it's not going to happen. So with Texas Instructional Leadership, it focuses not only on teachers, it focuses also on principals, and it focuses on me as their coach. I get feedback as well. So that's pretty parallel to our RSSP in regards to lesson alignment formative assessments, because we can't have too many things out there. You have to focus on key identified areas that are high leverage, and it transcends in everything that we do. So I think that is what I'm very excited about, that we're now establishing a common language. I could just go and talk to any administrator and they're speaking the language. You go into the classrooms, they're giving feedback on lesson alignment so that students are exposed to grade level materials, access curriculum, while pairing that with strategies. It's still a work in progress. We're still struggling with some teachers trying to get students to perform at that level without any kind of strategy. So we're trying to come together to evaluate which strategies are yielding the best results. And then we're networking amongst our principals, and we have instructional rounds. We're coming on, and every principal is now going into separate, all of our campuses, and observing lesson alignment, formative assessment, professional learning communities, so that we can build this momentum and the networking collaboration. So that in a nutshell kind of explains it.
I have a question. And I'm curious, which of these campuses had new principals in the 21-22 school year? Could you all email me a list? I don't need to know right now. Yes, district-wide, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So yes, I got my acronym wrong. TIL, not TIP. TIP is something else. I know. So that's Gilbert Elementary. What's interesting also about Gilbert, and it's something that we've seen on other campuses, the 79 is actually the highest grade that they've had. They earned it in a very strange way, but it comes across as the grades that happened for most of our campuses, the grades that took place pre-COVID are pretty much carrying over post-COVID. They're just being earned in very different ways. So it's interesting. Frank Tejeda. Frank Tejeda has two parts to it. The high school portion and the middle school portion, each one receiving a separate grade. Tejeda High School will actually get a not rated for the 21-22 school year. And when we look at it, part of what has come out of TEA is that they realize that the accountability system isn't really built well for campuses like Tejeda. They're referred to as AEA campuses, and their accountability system is just sort of an adjustment of what a traditional high school has to go through. TEA they went on a road show over the summer presenting the new accountability systems that the changes that they're looking to make for the 22-23 school year. Part of it is really sort of revamping and overhauling how campuses like Tejeda are graded. In this case, the biggest problem at Tejeda was in the closing the gaps domain. And it really comes down to their CCMR, and it really comes down to the fact that their students aren't at meets and above. Well, if you're at Tejeda, it's probably because you weren't really at meets or above. You had reached a certain point, you're discouraged with school, and Tejeda was built to really encourage kids. We can get you through this. You can get a high school diploma. This is within your abilities. And so that's what happened there in closing the gaps. You see, it went all the way down to a 30, and since that's 30% of your grade, that's what brought them down. And the middle school, they don't have a closing the gaps in their particular one. So that didn't bring them down at all. And so their middle school actually ends up at an 82 based on their growth, which is what we want to see from Tejeda. The students that they got, did they grow them? Did they, get them to where they need to be? And so, that's what is taking place. Gillette Elementary. Gillette, they're kind of taking this one personal because they got a really high score in the growth process. They're not used to getting that type of score on the achievement, and so that's been sort of their motivating factor this particular year. Let's get back to having our students at meets and masters. So they've been focusing really on that 64, even though it didn't count into the grade. That has been where their emphasis has really been. Again, with their closing the gaps at a 76, overall grade of 87, so a high B. Schultz Elementary, kind of experiencing the same thing. They're not used to seeing a 65 in their student achievement. So again, they're focusing on, yes, we grew, but now we've really got to grow into that next point to get students up to that meets and masters. Overall grade of an 86, a B. Harlandale High School. The high schools, quite honestly, really got hurt in the closing the gaps. With COVID, with the shutdown, SATs were canceled, ACTs were canceled, TSIs were postponed. It was difficult. It was a challenge to get students qualified for their CCMR points. And the college career military readiness is a piece of that closing the gaps domain. So, they dropped from a 75 down to a 70. And a lot of that just had to do with the fact that we weren't getting kids tested. We couldn't get them, to show up for SATs. So that was part of it. We've put it in a lot of systems to help sort of monitor that as this year is going on, so that, as we are going on, Mr. Noberto Gonzalez has made little individual cards for each kid, and they're automatically generated. And it gives the counselor, hey, they've met this piece, they've met that piece, they just need to meet this piece. And, when you're trying to keep track of, 400, 500 students, having a little quick reference guide has really helped the counselors. And so it's been good to see them using that to sort of help keep track of the college career military readiness factors. So their overall rating of a 76, a C. STEM Early College High School, not too surprising, they came in as an A 97 overall. Their two distinctions were in post-secondary readiness, which looks at the percentage of students at meets, but it also looks at the percentage of kids that met the CCMR criteria. And since they're all college students, they all automatically meet that. So that really helps. And then also the comparative closing the gaps, which really looks at the percentage of students at meets or above. So they earned those two distinctions, overall grade of a 97, an A. Harlandale Middle School. Harlandale Middle is, the middle schools took more of a hit pretty much than the elementaries or high schools did. And what we saw was that it was in their student achievement where they were really struggling. They were dealing with sixth graders who kind of didn't have much of a fifth grade and had an interrupted fourth grade, and those are really sort of the developmental stages for them. And so we have really been working with them to help build up those programs. Especially on the math side, Mr. David Castro has been, he's already gone on the tour of the 4 campuses. And Tejeda, he stopped by there as well, and really looking, going through that with them. Here's how you got to this grade. Here's what is happening, so they can understand sort of how they ended up at a 77 for a C. Kingsborough Middle, they actually were able to excel during this particular stage. Again, an 85, the highest grade that they have earned so far, and they did earn 2 distinctions. Kingsborough in academic growth, and then in closing the gaps. So their closing the gap score of an 81 was high enough within their comparison group to earn them a distinction in that particular domain. So a overall grade of an 85, a B with 2 distinctions. McCollum High School, their student achievement came in at a 78. It really didn't, it dropped from its previous, the 18-19, but, they didn't fall nearly as far as that we've seen with other campuses. Their overall grade of a 78, McCollum High School earned 1 distinction in post-secondary readiness. So, that was very, very good to see. Morrill Elementary, another campus that really they took the 65 very personally. Again, it got canceled out because of the 91 in growth, but they're sitting at an 86, an overall B. And what they're focusing on again is really looking at getting students up back to the meets and master stage. Rayburn, their performance falling down to a 56. So again, they're in the position where their main conversations are in terms of how do we grow the growth? How do we take the students that we've grown and how do we get them even to that next step? Yes, we want to get them up to meets and masters, but right now we've got to make sure that we've got them solidified at passing the exam. And then, we can build in all the other structures into place. Their growth of an 83 helped bring them to an overall grade of an 80. Stonewall Flanders. So Stonewall Flanders, actually, when I spoke to them, Miss Scarlett Garcia actually screamed on the phone. She was a little pumped. What's interesting is that, their student achievement of a 59, their school progress at an 89, it was actually higher than that. It was actually like a 91 or 92. But there's a rule in there that says if you have an F or a grade that would have been an F in your thing, then you can't get higher than an 89. And so they actually got, kind of scaled down a little bit. And she's like, I can't say we got an A. And I'm like, technically, no, you cannot say you got an A. And I think that's when the screaming started. But, their growth has been absolutely tremendous. And, the momentum that they are carrying is really sort of changing the tone over at Stonewall Flanders. They are excited, they are pumped. And, I truly believe that we're going to see some interesting numbers coming out of them. Their distinction, so an overall grade of an 84, their distinction is in academic growth. Tara Wells Middle School. Tara Wells, they're funny. They actually took the 72 personally. I'm like, you must be in a good place if that is what is bothering you. Their growth, again, their numbers actually look very similar to pre-COVID, which is good. But they are one of those campuses that's really focusing in on meets and masters. They earned 3 distinctions, and their distinctions were in academic growth, post-secondary readiness, which looks at the percentage of students that meets on all tests, and then the comparative closing the gaps. So their domain score of a 79 was actually in the top quarter of their campuses that they were compared to. Adams. See, Adams would have been earlier, but they put the V and the M in there. So that's what, alphabetically, that's what got them. Adams has come a long way as well. And, their student achievement, the fact that they were able to get it back up to a 58, their scores in 2021 were low. And, they were able to grow upon that with a growth of a 79, closing the gaps at a 74, an overall rating of a 78 is compared to where they were right before COVID hit, where they were flirting with that 69 at a D. There's a lot that is being celebrated in terms of, where Adams was and where Adams is going. So we're excited to see what continues on with that. Vestal Elementary, Vestal has been sort of a rather consistent performer over the years. Once they achieved stability a few years back, they've kind of, been able to stay there. They're another campus that really, that 60 really bothers them. Their focus is getting kids back up to that meets and masters. How do we, and for them, the conversation has really been more on the math side. Their reading scores were actually fairly solid. It's the math that was, somewhat problematic for them. And so they've really been focusing in on that. Overall grade of a 81, so a B for Vestal Elementary. And then Wright Elementary. Wright Elementary did squeal. I mean, they were, at an 88, when we had the meeting with them, Mr. Soto met with the principals and, via Zoom, and he put the scores up there. And I kind of kept my eye on Miss Rayleigh, and her eyes got real big because I could see she was immediately going through all the other scores. And I was like, no, stop that. But, with a 93 in the growth area, they have come a tremendous distance, and they were really excited. So a overall grade of an 88, a B, 1 distinction, the distinction, of course, being in growth. They had one of the highest growths that we had. And so that brings us to the overall district. The overall district, an 83, a B. What is interesting again is that we are pretty much right back to where we were, pre-COVID as far as our overall performance. With our emphasis really being on student achievement on some campuses and continued growth on other campuses, I am expecting that, once TEA finishes all the revisions and our scores come back next year, we're going to see this 83. I'll go ahead and put that on record. The 83 will go up. It will. And if not, it's Ronnie Kentu's fault. So what, before I close up, what we wanted to do is really take a look at, our Bexar County friends. So this particular map puts in terms of what their overall scores were. When we look at ourselves at an 83 and then compare ourselves, not that we compare, but when we compare ourselves to, other districts around us, even ones that are, further on the north side, we can see that, all in all, we're pretty much, in the mix with it all. There's work to be done, of course. There were some districts that it's like COVID never happened to them, but there are others like us where it did happen. And so how are we recovering from it? And, that continues to be our focus. The let's get back to, especially on the math side, let's get back to our students performing at grade level. What will that take? How do we make our reading even stronger? What can we do for science and social studies to sort of round that out? What's interesting is when I've met with elementary campuses and I'm talking about, domain 3, and I'm like, it looks at meets or above for every test that they take. And they're like, science too? I'm like, yeah, science too. So, it's helping bringing sort of a level of awareness to them in terms of it can't be all about, the reading and the math. You've got to make sure that all 4 core are getting their time and that everything is, especially with the changes to the STAR test. We know that reading passages on these upcoming tests will actually come out of content fields. So a student may be reading a passage about, a scientific experiment, and then they'll be asked questions about that passage. And if that's not, an experience that they've had in science class, then it's going to be really difficult for the student to connect to the passage. So these are all conversations that are taking place throughout the district. Do you have any questions?
I do, but I'm going to ask if my colleagues want to go first. Mr. Luna, did you have, no? Mr. Moreno?
Sure. Great point in regards to the STAR redesign, Mr. Littlefield. Can you kind of expand on what we're doing to provide these tools or strategies to support our kids? Because I know we have to get them exposed to the type of question.
Yes, and what's been beneficial for us is that the Eduphoria platform that we use, we've been using it, in the past we've used it really to store data, student responses on multiple choice tests. But the Eduphoria platform has evolved over the past couple of years. And so they are offering the same type of questions that we know will be on the upcoming STAR test. So for example, even on the Unit 1 assessment for 3rd grade, there was a question that asked students, which of the following answers are correct? And students are used to just picking one, but now on the test coming up, there could be 2 correct answers, and the student has to pick them both in order to get the question right. They get 2 points if they get them both. They get 1 point if they only get one on, one or the other, and then 0 points if they don't get either one. There's also, drag and drop, where a student has to, on the computer, drag things into the correct order. So instead of asking them to say, put the numbers in order from, which with the following is correctly from least to greatest, it'll give them numbers and the students will have to drag them into the right spots so that they are, from least to greatest. So there's a lot of things that, the STAR redesign is really doing. They're asking the same types of questions. They're just looking for answers in a different way. So 75% of the test will still be your traditional multiple choice, but 25% of it will be these new types of responses. And then the changes that are going on with reading, the biggest piece is that writing is now embedded in all of the reading tests, 3 through 8. So there will be writing prompts within each of the reading tests. And then the reading is pulling passages, like I said, from different content areas. So we are simulating that as much as humanly possible. There are some things that we're still not quite sure what they're going to look like, but TEA continues to release examples of here's what you can expect. And as soon as they do, we try to figure out how to get it done.
And just like a friendly reminder with that too, all our kids are going to be testing online unless they're already to something else. But that's something too that we've already kind of pushed. So I appreciate you guys being forward thinking on that. In addition to that, when it comes to the STAR, the textual support, all that stuff. I mean, those are just elements that our kids already do those, a lot of those strategies, and they always showcase some of their work, but it's a whole nother animal. And I'm hoping that they're fully prepared, and I think you guys will get them where they need to be.
Yes, something like having a robot read to you it takes a while for students to get comfortable with that. And the voice has gotten better and they can pick different voices. But, a student who receives oral admin, there's not a teacher there reading it to them. It's, the computer reads it to them. And so even getting them used to that, and that is, again, something that Eduphoria does. I always, enjoy the children. They're very honest. They're like, I don't like his voice. I'm like, well, try this voice. Okay, that one's a little bit better. Okay, that works.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Littlefield,
What are the schools you can be focusing on this year? I know there's Bel Air. Is there any other schools that you're focusing that you are gonna help this year?
All of them.
Okay, good. Well, you
Yeah,
know, a lot of them did a real good job. I just wanted to see which ones you're gonna be focusing this
yes.
year.
So the ones that Mr. Cantu is working with is Gilbert, Stonewall Flanders, Adams, and Columbia Heights. So those 4 elementaries will be working on the TIL process with Mr. Cantu and his team from Region 20. Bel Air is going to be, like I said, sort of the focus of our RSSP team. We continue to support Leal in their growth in terms of, we're definitely not cutting them off from our, what we were working with last year. But, it's really our core coordinators who are providing the most support in terms of helping to figure out how to get students back on track. And so there's been a lot of curriculum writing, especially over this past year, because we don't want to go into remediation mode. I mean, it's just, all the research says it's just not going to be helpful to them. So, but how do you create something at grade level that is accessible to somebody who hasn't been in school? We have kids that have been re-enrolling after vanishing as soon as COVID hit. So they've been out of school for 2 years. So how do we get them back up to speed while at the same time not lowering the level of expectations for the entire group?
So you just said the kids that have not been back at school, and you knowing these kids that haven't been back, do you put them to the side and let them catch up, or do you just overall just bring them all together and make sure that all of them are catching up with the other?
Yeah, and that's, to be honest with you, that's been sort of the difficult part.
Yeah.
The student was in 2nd grade when COVID hit. And, quite honestly, they didn't engage with the school for what would have been their 3rd grade or 4th grade. Do we put them into 5th grade? And, these are decisions that the principals are having to make right now. And, if it's okay, if you put him in 5th grade, yes, age-wise, he's in the right spot, but, is he going to be able to hang with the material? It's really been, there's a lot of hard decisions being made. And, when a student like that has come back to us, the first thing we'll do is kind of sit down and try to evaluate where they were. I was working with a principal that had a student that was in kindergarten when COVID hit. So should be in 3rd grade, but the child had a difficult time identifying letters. So, what do you do with that? How do you handle that? And again, it comes down to principals. It comes down to, who do I have that's the best that can do this? The students are spread out sort of throughout the district. And, I've actually sort of been creating kind of a list as they've been coming in and, checking their data to see, kind of where they stand. But yeah, it's an ongoing conversation.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. Thank you, Mr. Cantu also.
Anybody else before I ask my questions?
If I can, just one more
Yes,
thing,
go ahead.
Madam Chair. So with this, I appreciate the reality lens that you're providing as well, Mr. Littlefield, because I have had to encounter situations where the kids already been retained. Why am I going to keep them again when, like you said, statistics show he's just going to drop out or she's going to drop out? And it's difficult because then they're going to be 15 in 8th grade, and you're like, is that really the best place for our kids? Not maybe academically, but when you think about all the other aspects. So those are realities that we do have to face every single day.
Yes, and I have had the conversation that the middle school doesn't have a parking lot for students, and so we've got to make the best decision for the child. And all the data shows that if a student is 1 or 2 years behind their classmates, if they're 1 year behind, the probability of them dropping out increases. If they're 2 years behind, it's 100%. And so what do we do to get these kids back up to where they need to be? TEHETA, of course, is always an option, but TEHETA is not going to be able to handle 600 kids. So what do we do with tier 1 instruction in the classroom in order to solve it there?
It's so important. RTI, or it's attending to your question right there. We have students with huge gaps, but however, we want to keep rigor in tier one. So it's like, how does it contradicts, right? So there is allocated time designated where tier one stops, and that RTI, response to intervention, specifically identifies those skill deficits at whatever grade level they're at, and we fill those gaps in. We've also transferred that whole concept in middle school, where they're utilizing some classes that are fluid enough so that they can progress monitor, and they have specific courses that they stop tier one, right? And they attend to those skill gaps. So it's placing more of an emphasis on how we're responding to our deficits as opposed to remediation and retention, which it doesn't do anything, right? You still need a strategy. So RTI has been a huge, because you have to have those both, because I mean, you could accelerate so much, but those gaps and students are illiterate. What do? They can't access the curriculum. You could try all you can. And that's what we're trying to train with strategies. Teachers build the capacity to do that. But there needs to be a time and a place where students are receiving targeted instruction at the level they're at. So I just wanted to mention that.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Cantu. Yes, Mr. Mancha, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Littlefield, if you remember correctly, about 8-9 years ago, I met with you and I asked you to do a research for me and about certain schools that were high performing compared to the schools that were lower performing. And one of the schools that I used as an example was Moore Elementary School. When Moore Elementary School ended up having those same kids test that had done great in elementary school, when they tested in high school, they actually went down. If you remember, that some of them ended up dropping out. So it's not always like you're stating, or like Mr. Moreno stating. Sometimes it's the pressure that we're putting on them so much to excel, that by the time they get to high school, they just give up. So what are we doing for those kids that we're putting so much pressure? We're doing something for the kids that are not, but my concern's always been that we see these kids in, I used Morrow at that time. If you remember, I used Morrow as an example because they were always high performing. But then these same kids, when they got to high school, they were the lower performing to where they weren't even passing the test, to where some of these kids were dropping out. What have we done to change that concept?
So if there is one positive that came out of COVID, it's that social emotional learning has really taken sort of the forefront. We have throughout the entire country, probably the world, we've really taken a look at the emotional needs of our children and how can we address them. The fact that all of our campuses now have social workers for being one particular thing that really helps us bring conversations up easier. There's always going to be pressure to perform on a campus, and the state accountability system being what it is, it's hard to completely avoid that pressure. But really, what we've been emphasizing, especially coming out of COVID, is the overall well-being of the child. Yes, make them academically strong, but also just make sure that they're strong. In terms of their spirit and their strength. So, I can't, at this moment, give you, very specifics, but, to give you sort of an overall idea of what we're looking at, that's one of the big themes.
So I wanted to respond. I can give you, because I'm making relations to what you're kind of saying. So what we're doing right now, it's like we're focusing on teacher capacity, right? We've identified that. We're talking about leadership capacity because you need those two. Now we're looking at student capacity, right? With learning intention success criteria, without getting in depth with that, the learning intention is really the goal of that standard, but the success criteria breaks that down. Building student agency, like the capacity of a student to kind of navigate through learning, you have to be specific. You have to provide a clear roadmap. So what that does is it does two things: teacher clarity, because now teachers have to unpack the standards and actually go through it and actually go, well, student needs to do this, this, and this to reach the objective. Well, that is spelled out for students. So we're trying to leverage that and build student agency as well so that they can navigate through that learning. And then paired with high yield instructional strategies and RTI, we feel like all this together is going to help students feel more capable and competent to kind of navigate and understand how their brain works. So that as well.
If I may, I want to thank y'all for that, both of y'all. Because when I brought it up 9 years ago, I never got a response. You know, Mr. Littlefield did a wonderful job. Me and him sat down and we went over it completely. I took it back to our superintendent at the time, and then he just kind of put it on the table, and that was pretty much it. I never heard nothing back. I never got an explanation. What are we doing? What's our plan? You know, and I kept bringing it up, and it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it. So thank you, both of y'all.
Anybody else? Okay, I have a couple of questions. Mr. Littlefield, when you said we're not going to focus on longer on Leal, is it because, not that you're going to dismiss them, but you are confident that they have the tools they need to continue on that path of success? And I'm just using Leal as an example because that's the example you gave.
Okay, so the campuses that scored, let's say, in the high 80s, you know, our conversations with them are very different. And so the supports that we provide to them are also very different. And that's really where the content coordinators are coming into play. You know, how do you get students back up to a meets grade level? And, you know, those conversations aren't necessarily ones that are coming necessarily from, you know, the directors, but it's coming more from, you know, a principal hits a particular topic and they're like, you know what, the data shows that our students didn't quite perform at the level that we need them to. And so they'll bring in the content coordinator and within their professional learning communities, really sort of flush it out. So a lot of the supports are really being built into campus processes.
Okay, and that brings me to another question that I have. And don't reinvent the wheel. I don't know if that's even out there, but can we see a list of district-wide of campuses that are struggling with math only, that are struggling with reading only, and those that are struggling in all the course? Is it possible?
Yes, no,
or-
actually, I've got something that I could have to you by tomorrow morning.
Thank you. I'm just curious. I want to follow this along, and I'm going to say something else. Emotionally, learning is a part of, in my opinion, to be a well-rounded student. There was a young lady who, when COVID hit, was an 8th grader in one of our campuses. The next time she stepped into a campus, she was a sophomore. Now, I don't know whether she's struggling academically or not. I know emotionally she was, because there is a big difference. You know, leaving the 8th grade and now you're a sophomore in high school. And in my opinion, and I might be a very wrong opinion or belief, emotionally confident can make a student feel more comfortable in the learning process. And so I appreciate that, yes, we're focusing on student progress and we're focusing on closing those gaps, and we're focusing on, let's think outside the box. Let's see what works, and let's treat every campus as an individual campus as it is, so that we can give them the tools and resources that they need in particular, not compare one with the other. What do you need? What do your students need? What do your staff needs? What are your principals? But I appreciate more that our community, because we are a family here in this district, we're not just looking at numbers. We're looking, what can we do for this individual, whether it's the principal or the teachers or staff or the core coordinators, of course, the students. What can we do for them to help them reach their maximum potential? So I appreciate that, because years ago, I'm aging myself, a long time ago, that wasn't part of thinking outside the box. And I'm so fortunate to be in a district that we're not just looking at one thing. We're looking at overall with all our different family members in this district. So I appreciate it. And I applaud you for continuing, you and your department, and Mr. Cantu, continuing to focus on what can we do for you? So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And thank you.
Anybody else? Any questions or comments? Yes, Mr.
The only
Urban.
concern, the only thing that came to my attention was about Tejet Academy. Why was it flip-flop for them? For student achievement was higher than their school progress. When most of the other campuses were the other way around. I'm sure we're dealing with a different demographic. I mean, different needs.
Okay, and that's actually an excellent observation, because the way that the accountability model is built, and when a student retakes the Algebra 1 test, the second time that they take it, they don't get a growth measure. And so any student that retakes the STAR test, they're not getting growth measures. But they could, if they came in having failed it twice and then pass it, when they're at Tejeda, they'll count towards achievement, but they won't count towards growth because they're a retester. And that brings up actually a point that I failed to mention, is that the state is really looking at how growth is measured. Right now, it's a numerical calculation. So you have to figure out their scale score from last year. You have to figure out what the step is for the grade level, for the content level, if they went from English to Spanish. I mean, it's really like a 27-step process. And what the state is looking at is creating zones. So the child was in a high did not meet. Did they get out of that zone? Did they move forward? Yes, then they'll get growth. And the discussions have been that they'll actually be able to apply that to students who are retesting, which will really sort of change the way that Tejeda's calculations are happening.
And their overall score was a 62, but that was reported as not rated.
Correct. Yeah, it will be reported as not rated.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any questions or comments? Nope. Okay, moving on. Agenda item 4A, is that Dr. Hinojosa?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair and members of the board, this evening, we'd like to bring forward the approval of the negotiated amount of $17.2 million for the Priority 2 renovations at Memorial Stadium. If you remember back at the July board meeting, the board approved awarding the CSP to Marksman General Contractors for the work, Priority 2 work at the renovation of Memorial Stadium. Since that approval date, we've been meeting with the construction company and the district's attorney regarding the negotiated amount for the contract. We had a couple of meetings with Mr. Soto and myself with the contractors to ensure that the information that was provided with the schematic designs that were presented to the board in terms of the Priority 2, the press box, the locker rooms, and all the external perimeter fencing, everything that was presented in the schematic design, that it would be available to or provided by the general contractor. So again, we met a couple of times for that. And then again, in reviewing the document with the district's attorney, and then with Mr. Soto and myself. So at this time, if you look on page 31 of the board book, towards the bottom, Mr. Hernandez provided the funding sources for the renovation for the projects. And so at this time, we would like to recommend that negotiated amount be approved and awarded to Marksman General Contractors.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mrs. Carrillo.
I move to approve the negotiated amount of 17.2 million as awarded under RFCSP 20052 Harlandale ISD Memorial Stadium, Priority 2 to Marksman General Contractors. Funding will be from a combination of local resources, Stadium Bond 2022 proceeds, maintenance tax note proceeds, and the general fund.
Thank you, Mrs. Carrillo. I will second that, and I'm going to open it for discussion. I just want clarification, or just want to emphasize these projects were completed under budget, Dr. Hinojosa?
The The maintenance tax
Yes.
note, but yes,
Uh-huh.
ma'am. So the projects, either the majority of the projects with the maintenance tax notes, the majority of the projects from the district needs assessment from 2020, the majority have been completed. And then several of them were under budget. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody have any comments or questions?
And this priority
Yes,
two,
Mr.
that means the project is finished, completed then?
Yes, sir.
So we're not paying for something we're waiting to happen. It's already happened.
No, sir. So priority one or phase one were the parking lots. And so this is the continuation on the home side for the press box and the locker rooms and basically the entire home side, the addition of the locker rooms, the perimeter fencing. So it would, and then also the replacement of the track. So it would complete the renovations at the stadium.
And just for information, are we paying this all at once up front, or is doing it as we go, or how do we do that?
As we go, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good
Madam
questions,
Chair.
Mr. Luna. Yes, Ms. Limon.
Yes, good question. And then it says funding will be from a combination of local resources. So what will be our local resources? Is that?
So yes, ma'am. When we talk about the local resources, what we're pointing out there is the settlement funds that we got from our train litigation, the remaining bond monies from bonds of 2009 and 2015. They were accumulated from interest earnings. And then we're also including the recommended transfer from the general fund of the 3 million, which was provided when we talked about our 2020 assessment needs. That was another funding source. So that's what we mean by local sources and general fund.
Thank you. I just need to
Yes, ma'am.
go down a little
Absolutely.
bit lower and I'll find all that. Thank you so much, Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Ms.
Madam
Ortiz?
Chair.
Yes.
I just have a really quick question. Who's the attorney that's representing us in these negotiations?
It's Mr. Wilson, Woody Wilson.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Soto.
Great question, Ms. Ortiz. Board of Trustees, this was the last piece of that stadium of that Mr. Wilson was afforded to represent us. All the bond projects are now with Walsh Gallegos.
Thank you, Mr. Soto, for that information. Anybody else? I have a question, Dr. Hinojosa. Does this project include that H that's going to be in the front of the stadium?
So most of the signage that was presented in the schematic design as presented, it will be there. We did have to take some of the items back to the historical commission because of the location. And so I can provide the renderings for you for that. So, but to answer your question, the majority of the signage that was in the front is still going to be present.
Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa, because yeah, I remember there were a few things that they still needed to get the approval or not of.
Yes, ma'am.
So if that's not too much trouble and you can send it in email,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
just curious.
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
I'll visit with the architects to give us the rendering.
Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, or can I move to the vote? Okay, I am going to move for the vote on agenda item 4A. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay? Thank you, sir. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay, ma'am.
Thank you. And myself, yay. So motion carries. Agenda item 4A, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item 5, closed session, convene in closed session. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Moreno.
I'll move to convene into closed session.
Thank you, sir. I will second that and take the vote. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay? Thank you, sir. Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay, ma'am.
Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. And myself, yay. It is 7:25 and we are going to convene in closed session. Okay, hello, everybody. We are back in open session. It is 10:16. We are going to discuss agenda item 5A. Do I have a motion on the table for agenda item 5A?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, Mr. Moreno.
and Mr. Rezenes, please guide me if I say this incorrectly. It's kind of late in the evening. But I'd like to move to adopt a resolution as discussed in the closed session. Is that sufficient enough
Regarding the purchase of real property.
regarding the purchase of real property? Thank you.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Limon. Any discussion or can we move forward with the vote? We are moving forward with the vote then. Mr. Luna, yay or nay on agenda item 5A?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Carrillo?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Limon?
Yay.
Mr. Moreno?
Amen.
And myself, yay. So motion carries for agenda item 5A. Moving on to agenda item 5B. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Limon.
make a motion that I move that we not consent to the resignation submitted by Jesse Whitfield and find that good cause does not exist for resigning and failing to perform under the contract, and that we request sanction with the State Board of Educator certification.
Thank you, Ms. Limon. Do I have a second on Ms. Limon's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mancha. Discussion, or can I move forward with the vote? Move forward with the vote then. Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay, ma'am.
Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
And myself, yay. So motion carries for agenda item 5B.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second, Ms. Carrillo. Let me
Okay.
clarify that. It's agenda item 5B with regards to Jesse Whitfield. Okay, thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Go ahead.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we not consent the resignation submitted by Luzim Saldivar and find that good cause does not exist for resigning and failing to perform under the contract, and that we request sanctions with the State Board of Educator certification.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Do I have a second on Ms. Carrillo's motion?
Second, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. No discussion? I'll move forward with the vote then. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Moreno, yay or nay?
Yay, ma'am.
Ms. Limon, yay or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Ortiz, yay or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Carrillo, yay or nay?
Yay.
And myself, yay. So motion carries on agenda item 5B with regards to, can you tell me the name again, Ms. Carrillo?
Zulim Saldivar.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Before we adjourn, are there any announcements or comments that anybody would like to share? Okay,
Madam Chair.
yes, Ms. Ortiz.
Now that the good event has happened, I know we all wish Mariana and her family, we wish her the best. We hope that she has restful nights. And we can't wait to see that beautiful baby girl. And congratulations to her entire family.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Yes, congratulations. May you have restful nights and a lot of babysitters around. So congratulations. And we miss Mariana here. She has left a great replacement in her leave to be with her baby girl, but she is missed. Family members are missed, but they're not with us. Any other comments or do I have a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Luna.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I will second your motion and I will take the vote. Mr. Mancha, yay or nay to adjourn tonight's meeting?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Luna, yay or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Ortiz, yea or nay?
Yay.
Ms. Carrillo, yea or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Moreno, yea or nay?
Yay, ma'am.
Ms. Limon, yea or nay?
Yay.
Myself, yay. It is 10:22. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.